not in the mood for this. Alright, I'm here. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I had a bit of a late startup in trying to get everything ready, and then, ow. And then I had to go to the bathroom. It has been an interesting week. I see that Plush is here already, and you're playing Professor Layton? Yeah, a lot of people seem to have, that game series seems to have a lot of its own fans as well. Did you know there's actually a crossover with Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright? I've never played it, so maybe I should for the fucking shit. Okay, I need for the channel, that's it. So, I want to say this right now, I might be a little bit distracted this stream. Because, I unfortunately got lucky enough to have my period, so I'm gonna be and that tends to usually fuck with me a little bit. So if you notice, so if I just start going like really badly off tangent, that's why. Anyway, you might be wondering, Airi, you usually start these streams at 8 o'clock. Why did you push this back a half hour? And it's like, well, here's the thing. I didn't realize this until literally yesterday. So I didn't think to mention this because I didn't think it was important enough to mention, but last Wednesday, my dad went out of town to Michigan and has been up there for the last few days. And that was a bug if you heard that. And basically because he's the only other person who lives here, I've had to do a lot of shit around the house, which includes taking care of the dog. And, you know, making sure the house is clean and all that. And that's been fine. But, the thing is that my dad likes to call every night, has been calling every night since then, at 8 o'clock. And I didn't remember that till yesterday. And I didn't know how long the call was gonna be. So I was like, okay, I'll push the stream back a little bit to like 8:30. So that's why it was streamed. So that's why it's like I'm doing this a half hour later than I usually do. It's been a week. It's been a week. Like Monday and Tuesday's been fine, but oh my god, everything past that is just like, Airi's half out of it. Like, it's like, I have not been getting a lot of good sleep over the last week, cause, or at least since Wednesday, cause I've had to kind of like force myself to get up before it's too late in the day in order to make sure the dog is fed and walked. And having to also make sure that I'm fed. So, you know, and the thing is that, like, 2 days ago, I had to stay up, partly because of D&D, and then partly because, me and Gary were talking, which was a surprise to me, after, and I didn't get to bed till after 9:30, and I was dead fucking exhausted. And I still woke up at like 3, so I barely got like 6 hours. I was so tired yesterday. But yeah, D&D was fun, although I found out that, apparently wasn't as fun for the other players because of shit I did, but we'll get into that in the break. But, congrats, Plush, you made a friend? Trust me, that was difficult. That was difficult for me. Jesus. My phone just went off, I'm sorry. Oh, fucking hell. I thought that was like someone messaging me. No, it's my weather telling me, by the way, these are the highs and lows. Fuck off, alright? I don't need it! Oh my god. But yeah, I know that tonight I'm still a little tired, but I also know that I have to end the stream a little bit earlier because I gotta prepare for tomorrow, because I'm posting my new fic that I finished writing last week on AO3, and I gotta queue it up. The fun never stops. But I also know that we're gonna be busy this week too, because this is definitely not the last stream for Justice for All. We have a lot more to go. And it's like... And I think we're gonna have to like get started a little bit earlier than usual because I want to see how far we can get into this stream before we have to call it. Especially because like we're already like a half hour. How do I put this? Especially because like I had to push this back half an hour. So it's like, God, I love this song though. Fogbound Lake. Kind of makes me wish I don't remember. Did I play this when I was streaming Explorers of the Explorers of Sky randomized stuff a couple months ago? And or did I not? I don't remember. It's been too long. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Also, I discovered that my mouse is doing this, is starting to break down on me. It's starting to now double click occasionally when I'm only trying to do a single, so that's not good. At least for the purposes of today's stream, it's not going to be a problem. Because we just use a controller anyway. Yeah, thank you for taking me straight to it. Okay. Oh, I don't blame you. Jesus Christ. Shut up, bug! There's something chittering outside, and I hope it's outside, because it's like you wanna- okay. Alright, we're gonna have to say goodbye to Firefox, by the way. So, goodbye, Firefox, we'll see you in a little bit, okay? Okay. Alright. I was about ready to pull up my fucking copy of The Sims 2. But, oh god. But trust me, I don't blame you, because it's like, my sense of time is a little fucked up right now. It's like, what time did I wake up today? What time did I go to bed 2 days ago? You wanna? It was actually a good thing I pushed the stream like a half hour because partly because of the phone call, but also because I got to watch I got to watch a video on the Mandela catalog, like not of the series itself, but just like a video essay about it that was like an hour long, and I was like, ooh. It's like it's been on my watch later for a little bit, and it's like, I may as well knock it out as quickly as possible. Come on. There we go. Alright. I am gonna have to get up in less than 10 minutes because I have to put the dog to bed. Thankfully that shouldn't take long. It should only take like a couple minutes at most. Let me get the controller. Oh, jeez. God, I hate... Man, I usually don't do... It's like, my period usually doesn't happen, like on stream days. It usually tapers out by this point. And it fucking sucks, because, like, the first day of the first day is usually the worst for my body, because it feels like I am literally sitting on my uterus. God, this week is gonna be so fucking busy, because it's like, I'm honestly thinking we're gonna have to stream this game, like, 2 more times later this week. Because we have to, like, finish it before October. But do not worry. But do not worry. I know for a fact now that the first letter, season 2 of the letter. Shut up, bug. Shut up. Fucking skitter. But the season 2 of the letter will be streamed on give me the calendar, please. The 7th of October. Shouldn't take that long. Okay. Oh, that sucks. There was no sound for that. Why was there no? Okay. All right. Alright, so what happened last time on Phoenix Wright Justice for All? Well, we did an investigation, and turns out that so, we officially got our client... I was gonna say awful... excuse me. But yeah, so, we met with Ungard, we talked with him, and we investigated the crime scene. And we met, of course, some familiar faces and a couple new ones. We met, and basically we find out that, like, obviously we met Old Bag, and we met with Lotta, but of course, as I said, we met a couple of new faces. We met Adrian Andrews, who is Matt Ungard's manager, and, we learned some things about her that, weren't so, let's just say went against the appearance that she gives off, But I think the most surprising revelation was that Edgeworth came back in the middle of all this. And though we thought he would initially not be the prosecutor, we thought we would be facing off against Franziska. Turns out the kidnapper, the killer, the man who kidnapped Maya from the Gatewater Hotel, gave us a little gift in order to make our job a little bit easier, and that is, he shot Franziska in the shoulder and sent her to the hospital. Which, by the way, holy shit. Thankfully, again, it was just in the shoulder, and she is in surgery right now. But filling in for her was, of course, Edgeworth, and he's been giving us the fight of our life. Now, granted, he doesn't know that Maya's been kidnapped. Doesn't know why we're so desperate to, get an acquittal for the first day. I wouldn't wouldn't say I don't think anyone does, like, here's the thing, right? Franziska, yes, she is fucking ruthless, but I don't think she deserves to be shot in the shoulder, like... Because for the most part, she seemed to be just doing her job in this case, you know? It's like... You know, because keep in mind, she also doesn't know that Maya's been kidnapped. But yeah, so we found out via the trial, via Old Bag's testimony, that apparently Adrian Andrews donned the Nickel Samurai costume and may have murdered Kurita, or at the very least, and then tried to frame her client for it. So, she has been called to the witness stand, and that's where we left off. So, what the hell was that? Physical... Well, I said doing her job in this case. To be fair, we weren't in court. I mean, again, I think I said, like, she was doing her job for the most part, which was investigating, she was just, doing her thing. I don't know, like, to me it's just, like, I feel like getting whipped, you're not gonna end up with, like, fucked up damage from that, I don't know. Alright, let's just get started. Alright, March 22nd, 2:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Alright. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian... No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews! She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? Oh yeah, and we were just simping for Adrian the entire time. I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Kurita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Oh, wait a minute. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yeah, that's another person that we... It feels weird to say met when she's dead. But she is a person that is somehow related to this case. Because it turns out that she used to date Juan Kurita, but he dumped her. And she was Adrian's mentor. And Celeste committed suicide by hanging herself. And because of that, Adrian, who we found out has a bit of a codependent nature, tried to also kill herself because to her, Celeste was her whole world, and when Celeste died, that's when her world collapsed. And trust me, that is pretty fucking sad and all that. But she managed to get better, but it seems like she's still pretty affected, which, to be fair, I think anyone would. So yeah. Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impacts suddenly I was gonna say collected herself. That's not right. But then Miss Impacts suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Kurita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Kurita. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with... better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Oh, boy. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Alright. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Alright, I need to get back into the groove of this. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Kurita's room. Man, I started slipping into my Larkspur voice there. That's not right. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. I need to turn this down a little bit. I'm not really hearing myself. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. Oh, no, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Kurita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. Your Honor, please. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Yikes. Whoops! I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Alright, witness testimony when I found the body. Oh, and we also found out that that little card that Adrian is holding, it was in the same place that Maya's being kept. So clearly there's something going on here. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. This is so weird. It's like, why? That's not normal. That's not fucking normal. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes.
Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match.
Yes, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand?
Alright. Alright. When I found the body. Alright, I am going to be right back. I need to go put the pupper to sleep, so I will be right back. Oh my. Alright, I'm back. God, it's like when I was going to mute the mic, it's like I had to click it like 3 times in order for it to actually follow. Alright. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. Chata! And what was Mr. Ungar doing at the time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out.
My voices are not correct right now.
Alright. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. Ungar did say he was taking a nap. My only question is like, he's doing it in his costume. I mean, and it's like, I don't know if you can, like, see it, but, like, you see what arm he's laying on? He's laying his head on? That's where the gears are in that little photo that you see of him. That has to be so uncomfortable. Then I guess you could say it couldn't, wait a minute. Then I guess you could say it couldn't have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? It? What are you...
Igiari.
Right.
I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungar's knife from his room?
No.
Hey, Halite. We're just getting started here. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Jeez! Wow, what the He fucking schooled me on basic grammar, what the hell? Alright, after that I went to Juan's room. Chotto! And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim.
Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now?
Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? And there was his dead body. I was in shock. Chato! You were in shock?
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. What was that compliment, Edgeworth? Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. Chato! This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest.
And the guitar case was like this, too.
Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Chato! Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
There's something just funny about that. Just like, the first thing she does immediately after seeing a dead body was pour herself a glass of juice. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? And then Edgeworth's supposed to not like women. I guess that's true. Honestly, I don't think Edgeworth is into women, but he's like super old-fashioned regardless. Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it.
So why'd you pour yourself a glass then? Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
And what of it?
Oh god, a dead body! Let me have a V8!
My mind really was a complete blank at the time.
He's the chivalry type? Oh, chivalry type. Okay, okay. Yeah, honestly that fits with Edgeworth, being very chivalrous. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now?
No, I get what you were trying to say. To be fair, I thought she just couldn't spell chivalry. Miss Andrews! I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. Shy type. It fits. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Yeah. This mess of glass shards! See, now that's the appropriate response to finding a dead body. You get so shocked that you knock something over.
It was originally on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. Chotto! What kind of flower vase was it? Why is that relevant, Phoenix?
It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase.
That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself.
That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality.
It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now.
I warned you earlier that she wouldn't crack so easily. The only way to make her is to
keep on the offensive and not let up.
The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence.
I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya's sake. Alright, well, I already know the answer. Just gotta get to the last statement. So here's the thing. She says, right, that the crime scene is, was like as it was in the crime scene photo. Let's see, is that the photo? No, it's not. That's the guide map. I need the photo. Come on. There it is. So obviously she says that, she knocked the flower vase over, alright, whatever, where it fell onto the guitar case. However, she states earlier that the guitar case was as it was in the photo, open. However, I believe... Where's the guitar case? There it is. Is that there is some water, but it's only on top of the lid. Obviously, if the guitar case was open when the flower vase, when she, knocked it over, there will be water inside the case, but there isn't. Iggyari! You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. To be fair, they're also using the word onto and not into. Like, you could have also, like, it could, I mean, obviously you could just, you know, Phoenix could have also just said that. You say it fell onto the guitar case when you mean to say into the guitar case. But then again, that could also just be a slip of the tongue. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. That is actually a good point. Why is it empty? The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't notice that. That's true too. Ah! Igiotti. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all? Igiotti! No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. Igiotti. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. And there's this fucking bug that won't leave me alone. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. Also, I forgot about that. That may very well be, however... the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Probably. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. But it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Believe me. I feel like that was a bit of flirting. Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Witness testimony, the guitar case. Just popped my shoulder.
I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Phoenix is just like,
is that supposed to be a compliment?
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination, if you don't mind.
Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
Jeez! What the... Phoenix is just like, you say that I'm weak? Alright. Alright. Not what you were saying in bed, a few months ago, but alright.
I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Chotto! During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Is Edgeworth calling Phoenix a bottom? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I did just recently learn what a pillow princess is. So the idea of Edgeworth calling Phoenix that's really funny. Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Chotto! What is a pillow princess? Apparently, from what I've gathered, it's basically just a bottom who doesn't do anything. Just sits there and just lays there and takes it, I guess. Which is so fucking lazy. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes. Well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. Yeah, that's good. Igiari. I mean, that's a good point. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. Why would that be the first thing on your mind? I thought, maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? Exactly! But, getting back on topic... It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Chotto! Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. Igiari. We have stated multiple times now that this guitar was not there. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. I love that he says this now, after we probably spent like most of the first game fucking flirting with him and casually opening up about her sex life. What professionalism do you think I have, Edgeworth? The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright! Sorry, Jesus! Phoenix being unprofessional. To be fair, I play Phoenix as being unprofessional. It could be that, like, he is professional. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Chotto! Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try! Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but... She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with... What?! I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
Okay, I was like, if only we had something to hit her with. I was like, excuse me? Okay, let me check the court record. So she's, okay. Okay, I think I know. Alright. Let's see, I must have... Let's see. To be fair, I thought it would be this. Because I'm like, how did you know the case was empty? But I think... Okay, I'm gonna check the guide real quick. I think the thing is that we're trying to prove is that, like, she says she opened the guitar case, yet it doesn't have her fingerprints on it. So it's like... Can this bug shut up, please? There's like a bug that is like chirping right outside my door here, and it's like, where is, and it's like, why do you keep going off? Ah, okay. Alright, that's good to know. I was on the right track. So I guess anywhere really, huh? Alright, I guess I'll just do this then. The guide said pretty much just present this piece of evidence against any statement that's not the first. So, alright. Igiari! There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's Wow, really, Phoenix? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah! What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? For what purpose? Excuse me. British! Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? Exactly! It was the night of the awards ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's weird, though. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that I would prove I wasn't wearing gloves at the time? Well, yeah. And you testified this to yourself. This thing. Could I? I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? I do like that little detail. She shatters her glasses, and then she just comes back up with a spare pair. Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. Huh? What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar... The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your assumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. That has to be a reference. Cause it's like, what is a bright white guitar? Are we suggesting this motherfucker was Elvis? Cause this was made right way before Coco was. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Igiari.
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
Igiari! Shut the fuck up, babe!
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. Which means that the case was closed when the crime took place.
Wow, they did... I forgot they did... Wow, he actually pointed out what I did a few minutes ago. It fell onto the case.
However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure that this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
Igiari.
If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose, for a second, that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was inside the Igiari?
What is with... who cares? So, you intend to push your theory that the case wasn't empty. Is that it, Wright?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder?
Well, let me check. I'm gonna present this.
Could I? Maybe?
Yes! This is a photograph!
Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture?
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Excuse me, what?
Mr. Wright, explain yourself!
Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. That's not a good strategy, though.
Yeah, I know, but it's worked out for me so far. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Igiari.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt on guards. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places?
I love that.
God damn it. Fucking... Now it's starting to become a problem, this double-clicking thing.
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this nickel samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was stolen from On Guard. It was a spare costume. Well, it wasn't stolen because On Guard was wearing it. So I think it was a spare costume. Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 nickel samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the nickel samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point!
Iggyari.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the nickel samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the nickel samurai spare costume to the hotel was... So, remember how we asked On Guard, right, at the detention center, what the reason was behind, like, what was he planning to reveal at the post-ceremony stage show? And he said, I didn't know about any post-ceremony stage show, dude. Could I?
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. Oh, this wicked web of lies that we weave.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt On Guard.
Yes, I guess that's what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews.
I could see why you're pros at what you do.
Pardon me.
Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan.
She's fucking admitting to it.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You!
Juan had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What? Shit. So I think we just provided a fucking motive. Whoops.
And do you know what this secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. Ungard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Just stranger and stranger. Protecting Matt, witness testimony.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
Then how do you know if that was going to be the proof? If you don't know the secret, then there's no proof. She could be making it up. Well, like, so basically, right, Adrian admitted that Juan knew Matt's secret. And it was a secret so powerful enough that it could have ruined Matt's acting career. So the motive, right, would be that somehow Matt found out that Juan knew about his secret. And because, they have a rivalry going on, and Matt very much values his acting career, he could have killed Juan because I don't want you to reveal my secret. So that's what I was getting at, is that we probably just supplied the prosecution a motive for Matt.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down.
Also, keep in mind that, Matt obviously wouldn't have, planted evidence on himself, so clearly there's some fuckery going on here. If he did murder Kurita, which we all know he didn't.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer.
Chata!
Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Why is that in quotation marks? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Shut down. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
Shut up, Bug!
3 things?
Probably logic, deductive reasoning, and...
a motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
They didn't teach that to us in school. At least not from what I remember. Phoenix, you're a lawyer! What the fuck?
May I continue now?
What the fuck? What do you mean they didn't teach it to you? You went to law school! You went to law school for 4 years, Phoenix! How the fuck do you not know this? Ivy League my ass! Probably went to fucking bootleg attorney school.
Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. Wait. Okay.
Chata!
So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel for the conference?
You're not wrong, though. Now you just gave me the image of Phoenix getting his his degree, his diploma from like Phoenix University or something like that. You know, like those online colleges that they always advertise on TV. Oh my god. He just hangs it up proudly in the office. It's like, this is the reason why you don't have many clients, Phoenix, is because you display that piece of shit diploma on your office, and no client worth their salt is gonna come to you asking for help.
Oh my god. Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt on guard.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
No! The thing is, though, with that scenario, right, is that you know for a fact that, like, he probably would have gotten arrested for impersonating an attorney. Because it's like, there's no way, because it's like, that is against the law. You can't impersonate, you can't impersonate anybody. Especially to this degree, because you do technically have, like, people's lives in your hands. What the hell is that? Is that string? Yeah, that's fluff, okay.
But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
Oh, okay, so that's what she's going for. Okay, so yeah, she thinks that, he definitely knew about it. Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? Jeez. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
Chota!
Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally?
Oh.
Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. Good point. Yeah, that's the thing. You're his manager. Why would you want to bring him down?
Iggy.
The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, Wright. What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. Choto! But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Well, Phoenix, you should know that, like, that's not really a solid alibi. Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said.
Yeah, because it's like, that's not really a solid alibi. You know, it's like, oh, I was taking a nap by myself. That's not really solid, because there's no one to account for it.
I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart ass.
I know that said smart guy, but...
My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife.
Choto! You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage.
Then, what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
But if he murdered... Ugh.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Choto! And how do you know that?
When the ends of the thread on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard.
I've heard that before too.
But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you're not.
Ugh! I thought I had her this time for sure.
If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what?
But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Choto! But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Damn.
Iggy.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Iggy.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour.
Jesus!
And please, stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more.
You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. So here's the thing. She mentions that the decisive evidence was the button and the knife. However, the button was found in Matt's Hakama. Why then would he put it in his... Like, if Matt was the killer, right? Why would he then plant decisive evidence on his person? That doesn't make sense. Oh, what? What? That's wrong? What do you mean? What? What do you mean? That makes no sense! What the fuck you mean? Why would he... What... Okay. That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. What? And he didn't have an alibi. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove it. Okay, I'm checking the guide. But you got what I was saying at least, right? It's like, why would he plant decisive evidence on his fucking person? Okay. Igiari! Okay, you're gonna need to explain this to me, Phoenix, because I don't get it. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf.
Strangulation?
The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it. Oh, okay. Don't be too surprised. Yeah, I'm the one who keeps defending this series by saying it's kangaroo court. Don't expect it to make too much sense. Which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. I still think that's like, bro, why would my client plant decisive evidence on his own damn body? I didn't even get to see that message box. What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body or after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on guard. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course. Excuse me.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Also, did you notice that typo? That's supposed to be murderer, not murder. Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard, is... Could I? Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You're Mr. Kurita's killer! What? What?
Order! 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 Mr. Wright! Right! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews! How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me! I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Oh, wait a minute. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Get another pair. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. Another pair. Just busting her glasses. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? I'm not gonna lie, that is a really good picture of Adrian's back. Fuck, she's... It can only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. Oh no! No,
Iggyari!
Oh, I hate that sprite.
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she wasn't wearing gloves at the time. That's right!
That's because she didn't intend on leaving any prints. Oh, that's smart. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So she knocked the vase over, because if anyone has ever watched any true crime shows, they tell you that water will destroy evidence. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. Or she just knocked over the flower vase. But the glass of tomato juice... Oh, wait, that's right. Well, no! No! Like... No, like... Okay, wait a minute. Now I'm getting confused by the order of events here. Like, she could have knocked over the flower vase to destroy the fingerprints. Like... Because that destroys evidence. Water destroys fingerprints. I don't know why we're not suggesting that, but okay. Well, actually, no. Okay, no. I see now. No, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm getting like mixed up here. I'm sorry. Again, I blame it on my uterus. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Oh my god, my hair is falling in front of my eyes right now. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. But it doesn't feel good, does it? Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Oh my god, the Fifth Amendment? She's pleading the Fifth? Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What?! Pleading the Fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot! Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Unguard's room... Adrian Andrews. I think you're gonna change your opinion on Adrian the more we learn about this case. You'll see. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita.
yeah, we don't have motive for her. Like, why would she kill Kurita?
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
Shit.
No! She's taking that defiant attitude again!
Mia, what should we do?
Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she's the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?!
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter.
Here's the thing, though. The killer said that we have to get Matt acquitted on today. Today, to let Maya go. So this is not good.
And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow?! We don't have a tomorrow! If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Chotomate! Please wait, Your Honor! That's not necessary! The trial! Please continue the trial!
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it! This isn't about that! Edgeworth! I know you know who the real killer is! Please, let the trial continue! If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
Because remember, Edgeworth has no idea that Maya's been kidnapped, so the fact that Phoenix is this desperate and mentioned that, it's like, wait, what about Maya?
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Igiari. It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
What?
Mr. Edgeworth! Where are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, and?
I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice.
So my actions were unusual, but I've already...
Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify?
Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
Phoenix Edgeworth actually saving her ass this time.
I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Oh, thank God we didn't continue this on in the last stream. This would have went on and on and on. Witness testimony when I found the body.
That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left.
I know.
Edgeworth, what the hell is going on in that brain of yours?
A fucking sexy brain now. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination when I found the body. Our last chance. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. Chota! No, I think if I remember right, Phoenix asked her, like, you know, you didn't drink from it, right? And she was like, huh? And he was like, there were no lip marks found on the wine glass, so you didn't take a sip of it. And she was like, oh, I guess I didn't. I lost my appetite. So, yeah, she didn't drink from it. Like, she poured it, but she didn't drink from it. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Think of all the germs. Ugh. Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Shut up, Bug!
Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you?
In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself.
I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Chota! Yeah, to be fair, this case can be really kind of fucky when you think about it. So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? Igiari. I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Chota! Slumped over?
Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping.
Sitting?
Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd?
When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Chota! Then what did cross your mind?
I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix.
How about you go...
And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
Edgeworth, how about you go find some bitches? You know that Phoenix would have a problem with that. You know that. I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Chota! You thought he fainted.
I thought he was asleep at first. But then, the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone.
And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice.
Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
That sounds really fucking gross to have, like, right after you wake up. I see. And after that, what happened next?
Yeah. The thing is, though, is I think if I remember right, like, every time a woman tries to flirt with Edgeworth, he either, like, he's either too oblivious to notice, or he outright despises it. So I really don't think I don't think he's straight at all. Like, I just don't think he's into women, period.
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Chotto! And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead?
I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked, and staggered backward.
And knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to.
Huh?
This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case.
Isn't that a bit harsh?
Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time?
Alright. So there must be something we have to present here. Would it be... No, that's not the photo I'm looking for. Okay, let me see the guide real quick. Because I think the thing is like, you know, that she thought he was asleep and all that. But the thing is, though, is like... Okay. Alright, so I gotta... Yeah, so I am right. I do gotta present the crime photo. It was just on the wrong statement. Igiotti! So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him?
No, not at all.
Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Yeah, because the knife was in him, so how did you not know he was dead?
Ah!
What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead Wait. Is that right? Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Is that right? Or is that another typo? I mean, I know from what apparently from what I remember, Justice for All was like, was rife with typos when it was first released in America. I don't know, like, to me that doesn't sound right. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man.
That's... Well, you see...
I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is... Miss Andrews! Your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer!
Yeah, I mean, grammatically it's right. It's just that, like, would you say that here was a dead man, or he was a dead man? I don't know, like, to me it doesn't sound right when you read it. It's like, technically it's correct, but it doesn't sound right, you know? It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible! You're wrong!
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me! It wasn't me, I tell you! It was Matt! I swear it! He's the one who killed Juan!
But you were the one who refused to testify! And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself.
That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Oh man, she is scared as fuck.
Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt on guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix?
Usually the real killer confesses their guilt.
And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt on guard. Iggyati. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet?
Huh?
I don't know who planted this silly okay, wait a minute, let me rephrase. Let me redo that. I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie! I don't believe you!
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma.
Huh?
Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then right now, Miss Andrews is...
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and is clinging on to them.
Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That's my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone. Help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who's the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right?
Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Here's the thing. Phoenix is not sure of himself. It's like it's like he believes that it had to have been Adrian who killed who killed the victim, right? But he's not sure, and she's not willing to she's not willing to testify. She's not willing to confess. And we all know at this point that, yeah, every culprit usually has a villainous breakdown, and yet she's had the breakdown, but yet she's still not confessed yet. So as much as we should request the not guilty verdict, it doesn't feel right. So we have to force her to testify.
I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you were really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you! You're trying to trick me!
That's enough! I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
Oh boy, now comes this part. Admittedly, this next part is not gonna be, good for Mr. Edgeworth here, because, let's just say he does something really fucking scummy.
What a shame.
Ah!
I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However...
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Stop!
Mr. Edgeworth!
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
What?!
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop! Please stop!
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
Ah! That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court
the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please! Please stop! I beg you! If people find out! If people find out! I'll...
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Edgeworth, how can you be so cold?
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. Yeah, so
I'll talk. But please, help me.
Yeah, so he pretty much threatens to reveal, like, her deepest, darkest secret to the court. Just to get her to testify, which is pretty fucking scummy, but unfortunately, this is what lawyers do, is that they have to kind of pull the dark stuff out into court to prove something.
Nothing matters anymore.
Witness testimony. My crime.
Tsumi no watashi. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished, it was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
That is a good point. Like, yeah, Edgeworth didn't want to do this, but it is still pretty scummy. And the fact that, I mean, the thing is, though, too, is that it's like, Edgeworth straight up said, like, if you would rather die, I don't care about that, but before you do, I want to know what you're hiding from me. Like, that's pretty shitty to say. Like, yeah, we can acknowledge that, you know, yeah, he probably didn't want to do this, but it's also like, why would you say that then? Like, that is really, like, callous, you know? Stab the body with the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth.
The real killer is Matt! That scumbag of a man! I'll never forgive him! He's trying to escape his guilt again! Just like last time!
Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Kurita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Angar for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible?
But he has a job to do and he's not gonna let someone else get in the way. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, though. Like, the thing is, though, is that, like, if there is one thing I like, is that, like, it pretty much goes to prove that, like, you know, that, yeah, because here's the thing, right? This is new Edgeworth. This is improved Edgeworth. You know, like, this is post-character development Edgeworth.
At least the first arc of character development. You know, where it's like, he very much, you know, he stopped thinking about winning court cases. He stopped standing in court for the purpose of winning. Now he's out to find the truth. You know, and this shows that he is willing to go to any lengths in order to find out the truth. You know, which, you know, is both admirable, but also, like, you know. I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Oh my god, can we please get to a break? I'm hungry! I did, however, like, I mentioned this before, how, like, I was watching, how I'm watching, like, a group of people play through the trilogy with an actual lawyer. When they got to this part, the lawyer, you know, he is a defense, he's more of a civil lawyer, I think, than you know, a defense attorney, you know, than a criminal defense attorney or a prosecutor. But he did say that, like, while it was pretty scummy for Edgeworth to do, this is also kind of normal for lawyers to do. The only problem he really had with it was, like, what would Edgeworth bringing up Adrian's dependent nature and her attempted suicide prove in terms of relevance? Like, what would be the relevance of bringing it up? You know? So, when I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. Chotto! But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you didn't know that he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin Ninja's costume. So I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Chotto! What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. Chotto! That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Chotto! So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I use the button somehow, I can make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. Chotto! An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta.
There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's a Miss Oldbag for you. Wow, really?
I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again.
And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Chotto! You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Angard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama. Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word! What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Angard! Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Franziska, huh?
She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she's not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor! The defense still...
Igiari. Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Uh-oh. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oof. Keep in mind, the judge is gone for this. So this is a new sprite for Phoenix. Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth? What is it?
Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it?
Oh, This? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although, I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day.
The room? That day?
Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him.
You found that card next to the victim's body?
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as it clues to this case, I don't see why... Chotto.
Oh.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
I didn't mean to! What is this all about?
I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean?
To be continued! Nice. Alright. Now it is time for us to take a break. So. Let me get the windows loaded up real quick. I'm not gonna lie, I was really hoping we would get through with this, because like my voice was starting to give out. What music do I want to play today? Let's just go with what we had last week. Alright, we are gonna be taking a break. Get ourselves something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom. But yeah, intermission time. And as I said earlier, I was hungry as well. So I'm gonna go real quick to get something to eat, and I will be right back. Take 5. Alright, I'm back. Just wanted to check on my stuff. I don't have anything else except for Pop-Tarts. God, I would have this with chips, because these Pop-Tarts are really good, but we would be here all day. I will admit, I'm having an easier time. Not easier. I'm having a surprisingly easy time considering... Hello? Okay. As I was saying, like, I'm having an easier time than I was, than I thought I would, considering my fucking, considering that, like, my uterus is probably just, like, tearing itself apart right now. So I said I was gonna go into this in the break, and I'm gonna try my best to be a little vague, because it's honestly a little embarrassing. So remember when I said that I played D&D? I got to play more D&D over the weekend, over the, the past 2 nights ago. So like what happened was that the session itself it went pretty smoothly. It went fine. Thing is, I had to be cut a little short because one of the players, I was told, wasn't feeling well, so they, so we had to cut it short, and I was like, okay. Didn't think anything of it. And then last night, I get a message from my friend, from Gary, and we were, in sidebar, we were finally able to play together this weekend, which I was super excited for. Anyway, so I get a message from them, and it's like, they tell me, right? They're like, hey, can we talk? It's nothing bad, I promise. And I was like, okay, sure. Because the funny thing is that, like, is that right after the D&D session ended, we talked one-on-one and all that. About the session and other stuff. And all that. So I was like, okay, let's talk again, sure. Which was weird, because I'm like, usually, I mean, I didn't think anything of it, but it was just like, it's fine. So it turns out that, remember 2 weeks ago, the players I had played with, players W and T, apparently, turns out, player T, who was a player that supposedly, was not feeling well, my friend, Gary told me that apparently the real reason she went to lay down was because she felt like, me and another player were talking over her. And, I don't know whether or not she was just getting upset, or what, but that's why she had to go lay down. And here's the thing, right? And here's the thing, right? Like, I'm not mad at her at all. I'm not mad at her at all. But I did get upset. Mainly at myself. Because and I didn't know that she was feeling like that. And obviously, like, I wasn't trying to be like that. But I still got upset because I just felt really bad. I felt really guilty. And I also, and the thing is that it's like, this was also like, one of my worst fears happening was annoying somebody because I was a lot. And combining that with exhaustion and probably my hormones going haywire, I fucking just cried. I fucking cried. I got really upset. And it's so stupid to be upset about that, you know? Because, you know, my friend, because, you know, Gary was telling me about this, and they were, you know, being like, you know, they know I wasn't trying to do it on purpose. And they know that, you know, they were on my side. Like, they were very much like, you know, I know you weren't trying to do it on purpose. I know I did, and I know that you weren't, you know, like, but I still felt bad. Because the thing is, right, is that it's like, D&D is meant to be like a collaborative group effort. Well, you know what I mean, a collaborative game. And all that. Meaning, you know, you have to play it, you know, everyone deserves to have fun in it. And the fact that, like, I made someone feel like they weren't having fun, it's like, that really got to me. You know, and I was just like, and I told Gary, like, I felt bad and all that, and, you know, just basically telling them, like, I didn't mean to do that, I didn't mean to make her feel like that and all that, and they were like, no, I get it, you know, I'll just have to tell you, you know, like, if you're being, appropriate or not. And then and then after that I told them, like, is it bad that I feel that I'm crying over this? And they were like, no, it's alright. Because I normally don't cry. I normally don't cry. Like, you know, so I think they must have known at that point just how badly I was affected. So, you know, so they were kind of like a little worried about me. You know, and I did tell them, like, no, and I did tell them a little later after I got some sleep finally, and I think my hormones kind of like stabilized, that I was fine. And all that, but, you know, but, like, it's just like, it kind of, like, got to me, because it's, like, you know, because, again, I wasn't trying to, like, you know, make her feel bad or anything. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it, is that, like, I think just what could have happened was that, like, it should have been communicated a little better, but I think a lot of it was just, you know, kind of just came down to, because I will admit, I probably butted into a moment that I wasn't supposed to, and I will admit that, because she and player W were having a moment, and I butted in. You know, not trying to take over the moment or whatnot, but I still butted in when I probably shouldn't have. And so that probably led to what happened. And I'm perfectly willing to admit that. It also, you know, I think it also just kind of like, it kind of didn't help that's like, you know, obviously, you know, outside of my friend, you know, I don't know these people. I don't know what they're like outside of this particular situation. You know, and the fact that we're all doing this over Discord, over voice chat, you know, I'm not able to see, you know, expressions and all that. So, I think, you know, so I had, you know, so believe me when I say, like, I feel like, you know, if there was some communication going on, like, hey, can you not do this, or so on and so forth, you know, I would have stepped off, but it is what it is. You know, so I'm not, it's like, I still want to make it clear that I was not at all mad. I was just upset with myself and kind of beating myself up over it. Because I should have just learned to, like, read the room a little better. You know, which is something I have trouble with. But hopefully, you know, if we have a session later this week, I want to at least apologize and tell them, like, I'll try, like, I may not be able to, you know, there are probably still going to be moments where I'll fuck up, but I'm going to try my best to be a little more conscious so that this doesn't happen again. You know, because it's like, I don't have a lot of experience with this, so it's like, I can't, you know, so obviously I can't guarantee that I won't make more mistakes as it goes on, but at the very least, I can say that, like, I'll try my best to be better, you know? Alright, let me reply to this real quick. Alright. Yep, puppers are adorable. Oh, whoops. Did not mean to do that. Meant to bring it up OBS. In other non-D&D related news, I brought up how, I have to post a fic earlier today, later after the stream on AO3. And so if you want to... It's like, you know how fucking long that fic is? Like, the rough draft, I don't remember if I mentioned this last week, but the rough draft was like 6,602 words. I have the final draft, and that shit is 7,692. Oh, fuck. I hate these fucking earbuds. I really fucking do. I love how they get caught on absolutely anything. The moment I get a new pair of earbuds, I'm throwing these fucking things out. I don't care if they still work. They're pissing me off. But yeah, 7,692 words. Actually, let me check. How much is that? Whoops. Yeah, just over 1,000 words. Okay. And the funny thing is, too, is like I decided to add up the total of how much I'd written since the 6th, because that's when I started it. It was around like 14,290 something words. So it's like, holy shit. It's like no fucking wonder I was so excited for D&D this week. It's because like it was a fucking award for everything I had done. So you want to know something about that fic too? Like, that fic, I had to keep a manga volume on hand at all times so that I could look back on it while I was writing and be like, okay, what do I need to do here? Like that, like, the thing is like, I like to keep my manga in like pretty good condition, all things considered, and it's just like, it's like, by the time I was done with this one particular volume, like, the top was just flipped all the way back, and it's like, oh my god, why? I hope people like it, because it's like... Excuse me. I hope people like it, because, like... Because it's like, I busted my ass on it, like Tuesday, like last Tuesday night, you know, going into Wednesday morning, I finished that shit. And I was so tired by the end of it. I pulled an all-nighter to finish it. But, you know, but the thing is, though, too, is that, like, it also helped that, it's like, this was a fic that I have been so excited to write, because my brain did the autism thing again. And was just like, well, how about we combine these two things and see how that works? earlier this year. And it's like, I was like a puppy on Christmas. Like fucking excited and restless. So yeah, I was just excited. And I just hope that like the reception is good and all that, especially because like the thing is that it does begin rather how do I put this without it, because it's like I know if I don't work this carefully it's going to sound very bad. So like I feel like a lot of people may be a little turned off by the beginning because it's like the POV character is being sold. So there's some, you know, is being sold. So it's like, huh, that's interesting. I mean, I should express, the manga this is based off of, this fic is based off of, is called, The Ancient Magus' Bride, / Mahotsukai no Yome. And it's based off of the first chapter, where the protagonist is literally being sold as in a fucking auction. It sounds bad. Don't get me wrong. It sounds bad, but believe me, I think out of some of the other things that are present in this manga, that's probably like the least. That's probably one of the lesser, like, evils. And all that. I don't know how else to put this. Because it sounds so bad. Especially, like, when you get further into the fic. And there are just some scenes that, like, on their own, on the surface, are like, oh, that's so sweet. It's heartbreaking, but it's sweet. But knowing what I know later on, what I plan on writing, it is so much harsher. Like, it is so much more heartbreaking in hindsight. I'm not gonna say why, but just. By the way, I checked out this person's YouTube channel, the person who's the musician behind the music that's currently playing, to see like what other covers they might have had, and there's really not a lot, unfortunately. I mean, obviously there's that one like cover of Megalovania, but in the style of Persona 5. But other than that, it's like a lot of it's other Xenoblade 2 tracks arranged as if it were from a Persona game or something. And it's like, well... Anyway, I think it's a good enough time to think about going back into the game. So let me just... Why is it... There we go, Jesus. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, say goodbye to the chill music. Da-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. God, it's so funny that it's like, you know, doing that kind of thing actually really helps my voice. Okay, game, are you gonna fucking load? Meanwhile, just casually scrolling through YouTube. By the way, I just remembered. Remember how I was complaining, like, last week about, like, why the community posts were just formatted weirdly? At some point, it just fixed itself. It just fixed itself. So I was like, oh. Okay. Man, with that, God, the funny thing is that another one of my friends has recommended Professor Layton to me like so many, like, times that you know, maybe that in of itself could be like a stream thing, like, oh, watch me play through Professor Layton for the first time. The only thing is though is that, like, I don't even know if, like, I know there are some Professor Layton games on the DS, and I do have the emulator for it. I just don't know if I can find the ROMs. I just don't know if I would be able to find the ROMs because I don't own a DS. But that's something I'll think about for the future. Alright, March 22nd, 5:24 p.m., Wright and Cola offices.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out.
Huh?
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict.
And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up! We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal!
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oof. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe.
Thing is, though, too, I don't know if is the Professor Layton, fuck, how do we pronounce that name? Series, like, isn't it like in like, do you have to play the games in chronological order, or can you just pick any one? Because I'm pretty sure with how dedicated of a fan base this series has, like, I'm sure that there probably are some ROMs, you just have to look.
Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now.
Kind of wonder, would he react? Okay, no. I was just checking to see if maybe, like... Hey, you want to see my badge? Look, it's my attorney's badge. Oh! It's a little tarnished, don't you think, pal? Don't worry, I'll make it all sparkly shiny again. I'm really touched. I'm really touched. The future. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, I wouldn't put it past the fans to not have ROMs up on the internet, but I also understand that, like, but I also understand that it's, like, it might be hard because Nintendo fucking hates it. Because Nintendo fucking hates, like, ROMs and all that. Oh, wait a minute, is it Nintendo, or is it, like... Or is it the Pokemon Company? I know there's a specific... I think it is Nintendo that doesn't like ROMs and all that. Because I remember, like... Because I think it was Nintendo that would always do, like, the cease and desist letters to fan projects. And, of course, the taking down of ROM websites. Because... Fuck you, you don't get to have this. Even if everything else is expensive as shit and we don't resell our crap. So, what are you going to do from now on? Oh, that's right! I remember! Last stream, Gumshoe got fired! What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. I'm not getting paid! I do this shit pro bono! Say what?! You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Ungard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. Pal, I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food? Oh, fuck off, Phoenix. At least you're getting something to eat. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible!
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. On Guard? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more than meets the eye. Here. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick! Even that woman prosecutor was better than that!
I don't know. Like, would Franziska be the kind of... Knowing the way she has been in this game, would she be the kind of person to not bring up Adrian's, suicide attempt? Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey! You've actually got a hot, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick!
Oh, Pearl, please don't say that! Now I'm definitely not going. Phoenix, shut up! Let's see. The name of the hospital... Oh yeah! The Hottie Clinic! Oh, great. That name sends a chill down my spine. Excuse me. Well, guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Let's go to the Hottie Clinic, everybody! Reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh, even more fantastic. Yes! Are you here to visit a patient? It's been a while since I've done this voice. Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes. I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Oh, Director Hottie. Oh, Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Yes. I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it? Sorry. Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes. She's in good hands. Oh, that's actually... I do think that is rather sweet, because remember, Franziska is technically Edgeworth's sister. So, of course, he would be worried about her. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes.
And that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. Oh, Edgeworth. Edgeworth. It's like you just want to like, you kind of just want to like put a hand on his back and be like, buddy, this is not the director. Don't! It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes. Her opponent was a gun, after all. Uh-huh. And when I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Yes.
Oh, that's really dirty. I see.
Ah, but she's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, uh-huh. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I could get used to it.
I think we can all agree that that is not considered assault. I think it was just karma. Go back to your room.
You're so mean, so mean. My frisky.
Ew! No! She's 18! Fucking kick him in the ass, man.
But that's good, too. Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes.
Please leave! I think we can all agree that she should not be charged with assault for him. At least not for him.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Oh, he got her flowers. I knew I shouldn't have come here. Oh, come on, Phoenix. You were being nice. Come on, Franzi. He was just being nice. Here, you want to see my badge? Ah! I guess that's all I get. You know what? That's fair. The shooting.
I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trials this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know.
Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
Or he cares about you and wanted you to be okay. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal?
You're denying it?
It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over.
All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime?
That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective. To find Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means.
Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty.
And what does that have to do with me?
Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end.
That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person. That's all.
But you had to know she was... Ow! No!
I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me.
Fucking stone cold.
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That wasn't like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that unless I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Damn. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time! That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. Oh, that's definitely not good. An assassin? So who is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is part of his duty to his clients.
His duty?
If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients.
I see.
The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience.
I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree?
Shelley the Killer, huh?
I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter?
Well, time to finally tell him. I guess I should just tell him.
Maya, she's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped?
What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Kurita was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Your own client. Please stop! I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Receipt from Edgeworth allows Bearer to freely investigate the crime scene. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psych-lock. But Phoenix, that's not what you asked him. You asked him, did you kill Juan Kurita?
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya. Please. All I ask is you make it home. Safe and sound. Okay? Oh, we're switching POV.
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around.
Date, time, and location unknown. Hello. What is this?
What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I could show them to Sis and maybe get out of here.
Look at this big-ass TV.
Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan. If I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah! I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered.
Is that a satellite dish?
What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Locked. Of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something.
Oh, that's a familiar face.
There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue.
Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
He is?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct?
Dad!
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin.
No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick!
Hey, listen, Dad's not here. I'm allowed to scream as much as I want. Oh my god, look at how late it is. March 22nd, 7:04 p.m., Hottie Clinic reception.
Mr. Nick?
Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
Hey. Gotta go. Okay, pal. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Can I at least... Oh, I'm sorry. The thing is, though, is like, if it's, I'm sorry. Man, I think at this point you should just learn to not listen to my streams with the volume up.
Aww.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt on Guard. Ah, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright! So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right?
This is terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling fine by now. By now. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Oh, we can go here.
Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victim's list around. You've gotta be kidding! There's over 100 people on here!
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Well, there's nothing for us here.
Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass!
How did I know? Miss Oldbag!
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger! Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again! Although, I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boys, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable! I wanted Edgy Poo's heart! I want it all for me! It's all your fault! You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag! Arrgh!
Oh shit, she died!
Miss Oldbag! Keep your hands off me! This helmet is airtight! No air gets in or no air gets out!
Then why do you keep putting it on? Also, his heart belongs to me, bitch! He's my man, not yours!
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions! You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by!
I'm not hearing this.
Ha! Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper!
Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Alright. Here. You want my man? Here. No, that's not the note! Shit! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy Poo!
Bitch, he is my man, not yours. I'm the one he goes home with every day. Ugh. Is that her perfume? Pheromone de amor I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly? Oh, I'm going to wring his fucking neck.
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand?
Letter of introduction given to Miss Oldbag.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around! You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook! It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick! Feelings are meant to be told and shared!
Not those Pearl... I just love the idea of Phoenix, getting down on his knees, getting down on her level, putting his hands on her shoulders and being like, Pearls, we need to have a talk. It's just like, we need to have a talk. Just like,
And it's like normally when you hear an adult tell you that usually means they're gonna give you the sex talk. But I kind of, but obviously in this instance, it's more of like Phoenix being like, we need to tell you that straight people are just one of many ways. Yeah, that heteronormativity is a bad thing, and that you shouldn't just assume everyone is straight. That yes, Edgeworth is not straight; he is gay. Yeah, Pearl, sweet summer child. Ow! Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. Yeah, and it just ends with Phoenix being like, listen, Pearls, I need you to listen to me. I know I'm mad at Edgeworth, but I still love him, alright? I just want him to apologize and all that. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
Oh, hi! Ah! What? What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there! Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of one day old bag!
Oh, we can go here now. Let's check out the crime scene first. The cat can wait. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Ba 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 da ba.
Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here. Wrecking cars! An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But, do you have a camera?
We're given! A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Cameraless. Speaking of cameras and feeding them out, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I'm not the one who took your stupid fucking camera.
I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shout the bucks for the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda. But...
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few pants, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case.
Oh, that did it I wrote?
Yeah. Can I believe what you've written?
You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady onto Karita?
Yeah.
Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind?
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders. Or, it's just a lot of random bullshit. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Ah, my baby! My $1,600 camera baby! What's with that red coat prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me!
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you?
It's complicated.
So
put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so? Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay.
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
Okay.
And if you happen to find yourself a camera, would you please just leave already? What the hell is that? Alright. Kurita's hotel room. What is happening?
Mr. Nick?
What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? What the fuck?
I hate evil ghosts.
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon?
Excuse me, what are you calling a demon, brat?
What the fuck were you doing in here, lady? Were you humping one of the bears?
Ah!
Zoinks! It's the alien, Scoob!
Who are you calling an alien?
Dude, there's no fucking way she wasn't fucking a bear in this room. One of these bears has a dildo attached to it. Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor one, and you're disturbing me!
You're in the crime scene! Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on there a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright.
No, now I've seen everything.
But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book.
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents. They're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing in here that isn't a bear. Bear? Whoops. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear.
What?
He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends!
What the fuck? What kind of shit is this?
Wow, what a heartwarming story! It's like Winnie the Pooh! Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I could see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, heh, you sure can fight.
You two. What the hell? Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub.
What a load of shit.
So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah. Nice. Bears. It's a bear. It's a very, very, very beautiful life. What the fuck? Alright. Let's go visit Shu. On Guard Mansion living room. Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on the light.
Wow, that's a motorcycle. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu!
So I guess this is Shu.
Aw, what a lovely cat! Hello, Shu! Meow!
The cat seems to like pearls.
Look at that, it's an adorable cat! Meow! Meow! Meow!
Pardon me. Oh! 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 Aren't you the bellboy? Aren't you the bellboy that we met the first night? You look awfully familiar. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. John Doe, huh? Nice to meet you.
Meow!
Let's examine.
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
Wasn't I already there, though?
A giant bicycle is flying through the air!
That bicycle pearls is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow!
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad.
This is a nice-ass couch. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today?
Hmm?
There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Well, to be fair, you could blame it on either Maya or Edgeworth. That door looks familiar.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shu?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. That door looks awfully familiar, but it has to be just a coincidence, right? Hey, sir, you want to see my badge? I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a look at this. I'm afraid I cannot offer up anything special about it. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of evidence for a trial. Polite yet snotty with a touch of rude, he's the stereotypical butler, all right. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or of his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say, maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have it made over a butler. Maybe he swings both ways, you don't know. That's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, guess I don't need this piece of crap anymore. Just scrap paper. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Meow. What I wouldn't do to pick up this cat and just take him with me wherever I go. Oh, fuck! I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock! What the fuck was that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. It sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh, fuck. The transceiver! Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya! How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my presence did you no good.
No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day! Please! All I ask is for one more day! I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time! Please! I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please! Please let Maya say something! I want to hear she's alright! Alright. Then... a little... What's with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad. Connect. Damn it! Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Well, we only know of one. And we gotta go all the way back. Hey, welcome back, pal! I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Okay. Hey, this started fucking up all of a sudden. The transceiver.
Oh, Mr. Nick! You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing!
What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer?
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened. There's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like... like a listening device or something. Ugh. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Kurita's room. The scene of the murder.
What? That's it! I'm going to sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait! Gumshoe! Oh yeah, baby! It's investigating time! I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go! She's like, yeehaw!
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go. Ikaza! Let's go back to the crime scene. Let's all go to the crime scene. Is that how that song goes? Let's all go to the crime scene. Hey! You're finally here, pal! Sorry to keep you waiting. How did you even get here so fast?
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then Sunlamp staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item! Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Saying this sure brings back memories. I'm not even gonna question. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to be about anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
That's a lot of laughter. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll try to tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press Z to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Well. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Oh. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah. I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. It's not even our room, though. Oh. That's a lamp. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places.
Looks like the TV was left on and is now showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. That's funny. Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner.
Ah! Yuck! This air filter is covered in dust and dirt.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it.
I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal.
What?
Oh, nothing. I promise, nothing at all. This robot dog.
What a lovely bear.
Oh, I said a dog. I meant bear.
Ah!
Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? It's a real robot?
Yeah, it's a real one.
Mr. Nick!
Yes?
How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Oh, that's so cute. Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe.
So, is there a listening device in there?
No. And I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. A cell phone? Nope, no bugs in here.
A cell phone?
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is!
I'm sorry. I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Crane Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor! Why is the Earth round?
Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Just is. Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Huh?
Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device.
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. Oh, wait, can I get the fridge?
This is a refrigerator, right?
I really don't think the listening device is in something like this.
Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right?
Yeah, sure. What does that have to do with listening devices? There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh?
what's a notebook computer?
Do you know what a notebook is?
Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on. So?
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Nick, what's a laptop?
It's the TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here.
So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things. Like, could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap!
Hey! But if I could... Oh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's going to work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Oh my god.
What's this?
It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo.
Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick?
That's what it seems like.
But I want to grow bigger and bigger.
Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat too. Hello? Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago.
Oh.
Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. Wait, what? Oh, alarm clocks. Let's see, is there anything else? Like, I know what I know what I'm supposed to be looking for. What's that? And here we have a dryer. Nothing unusual, I think.
A dryer? Oh! If you use it next to a TV, it'll make the screen look all weird, right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right?
Hey, good memory, Pearls.
I'll never forget it for the rest of my life.
What the fuck is that? I can't see it because I have OBS in the way. What the hell is that? Oh, it is a dryer.
There doesn't seem...
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Keep a careful eye. Blah, 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 blah. It's a plain old calculator. Alright.
It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance?
A whole 50 cents? Maybe if he was a spirit medium. I couldn't even see what the hell that was.
Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here.
Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder.
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm.
I think the keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. Let's see, is that it? Alright, let's actually go to where it is. Oh.
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. But this bear's eye is...
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got.
No, you can't! Such a violent act!
Oof.
No!
Oh. That's... It's a miniature camera. And it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what emitter? A transmitter, pal.
Oh, Is this more of that high-tech stuff?
So this tiny thing is a camera? Yup. It's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder.
So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you're right. Oh, shit. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at time of murder. So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You could set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yup. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the awards ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective! How long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Oh boy. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I, don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out? I got it! What? Hey, pal. Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible! I mean, it's already 9 p.m. I love how they say it's 9 p.m. and it's like, bruh, look at the window, it's broad fucking daylight. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Aw, thanks, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby! It's investigating time! I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go! Yeah!
He's gone.
Yeah.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! Hey, babe! You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth! What are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, here's the thing though, like, to be fair, he got fired after he was caught helping us. Like, the thing is, right, is that he was already, I think if anything, it was just a matter of bad luck. And because, like, this is an innocent civilian who Gumshoe now knows at this point. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Huh? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into the country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can he really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I could still make it in time. Huh? I'll be taking this for now. Just gonna be taking the bear with them. That thing is taller than you, bud. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. Where is he putting it? See you soon, Wright. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright. Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Kurita? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Kurita's real killer. Miss Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. Angard. Is he gonna do this to me? And this card. Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. To be continued. Alright, I'm gonna check the walkthrough real quick. Because I know we still have a little bit of the investigation to go, but I want to know how much of it we have left. Let me see. Okay. Sorry, I'm really trying to figure out, like, do I want to continue on and finish out the investigation, or should I wait to do that for next stream? Because it's already after 1. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to end it here for tonight. Because the next bit of investigation, like, it seems short on the walkthrough. Like, it seems short on the walkthrough, but my voice is really starting to give out on me. And it's already been like 4.5 hours. Well, 4 hours and 30 minutes. So I think it would be just a good idea to, like, stop here for tonight. So hopefully that's okay. Again, we don't have to wait. We're not waiting an entire week to be finished with this, so. Oh, God. Not to mention I also got to do my own thing as well. Here it is. All right. Ugh. My throat is killing me. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Alright, so that was more. I'm like, God, I really wish this case wasn't so fucking long. Like, I really wish this case wasn't so fucking long. Alright. As I said before, we're not gonna be waiting an entire week to get this done. We need to get it done this week. So let me see. Come on. Thank you. I think, okay, so because I am desperately wanting to finish this before October, the next stream is going to be on Thursday, September 29th. Of course, it is going to be at well, actually, I might have to like post it a little bit later. Like, I might have to post it a little bit later. I don't know. I'll have to see about the timing and all that, so. So, at the very least, I know for a fact that this is probably not going to start at 8 o'clock, like last time. Like, we're basically, like, again, we're having to, like, get shit done. So, the plan is that we are going to be streaming, I'm going to be streaming part 9 of, God, of Justice for All on the 29th of September. Probably anywhere from like 8, probably like at 9, honestly. Because 8 is usually when I'm just cooking dinner. And then we're just gonna, and then we're gonna get as much as we can done in that stream. And then literally the day after, we're just gonna push. We are just going to fucking push. Like, the 30th of September, we're gonna just fucking push it till we finish. We're just gonna do an endurance stream. Because I want to get this shit done. I don't care if my throat dies. I want to get this shit done. But, yeah, that is the plan for this week. Oh man, the mystery thickens though. The mystery thickens. Like, what is gonna happen? Who is the real killer? And blah 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 blah. And we'll find out about that tomorrow. I was gonna say tomorrow, on Thursday. So, thank you all for joining me tonight. Hope it was fun. Can't wait to do it again on Thursday. Oh, God. So I think the only things I have left to say are hope you all enjoyed yourselves, have a good night, a good week, or at least up until Thursday. Stay safe, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. That feels like it'll never end at this point. And I'll see you all on Thursday for the next part of Phoenix Wright Justice for All. Thank you, and good night, everybody.